Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here with me this morning. Digital Dragon, hey Luke, and this is the Dragon's Den. Thank you all for coming in today. Let's see, who all do I see here this early morning? Oh, we got Chewy, we got Critics Brit. So Brit, the Voron was the last stream and will be the next stream. So the Voron 2.4 right here is the one we just finished off, the last stream. We're working on a ZeroG right now. Let's bring it down here. We'll bring it up in a minute. And then after we're done with that, or possibly starting Tuesday, depending on how much progress we make on the ZeroG today, Tuesday we may actually start the Trident build because, well, that frame's sitting downstairs in the kitchen on the counter. I have to get it out of the way before my wife gets home on Wednesday, so I don't get yelled at for having printers all over the house. Yeah. So I do keep my videos up on Twitch for as long as Twitch will let me, but I also cross post them over to my YouTube channel. So they'll stay there for a lot longer. So all of my build streams are available over on the YouTube channel. Same thing, Digital Dragon 72. And you can go over there and see all the build streams. But we did build the, whoops, excuse me, did build the Voron 2.4 over on that stream. I won the printed parts at Rocky Mountain Rep Fest from Voron Designs on the last day. The frame of this build is a B-stock frame from Tensor 3D, which is based in Colorado, who I went through for the rest of the majority of the parts for this build. The build plate, the build or the Mike 6 build plate, the spring steel sheet, and a lot of the electronics I actually harvested from a D-Bot Core XY build. But just about everything else you see here was procured for this build and was procured primarily through Tensor 3D. It's TENSOR3D.com. And then, hey, good morning, John Strand. How are you doing today? Thank you very much for coming out and joining me this morning. And then for this particular build, which is the, we'll call it the experimental scratch built frame, because that has not been released yet. It does use the ZeroG 1.1.5 files that were just announced recently by the ZeroG team. You may see that announcement in the ZeroG channel on my Discord. Trying to run the 12-minute benchy on your SliceWorks S1. Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, I do have, right down here is a Prusa Mark IV. It used to be up here, and it got moved down because there was no way I was going to try and fit this underneath. So bigger ones go up here, the smaller, easier ones to move will go down the bottom. Yeah. And I do have a Mark IV. I did download the new firmware and the new version of the slicer. I still need to flash the firmware on the Mark IV and then give my 12-minute benchy a try. But looking at it, once again, there's two different benchy files they provided. The 12-minute benchy does not follow the speed test benchy rules. I believe it's a 27-minute benchy that does. From watching Pooch's video from Repcord this morning, it looks like their 12-minute benchy is single wall, kind of sparse infill, but it uses lightning infill. But still, from what I saw, it came out beautiful for 12-minute. And it actually slows down once it gets to the smokestack, because that's where a lot of people run into problems is not having enough cooling on the smokestack because it's a small part. Yeah, it's heavily optimized G code for the 12-minute benchy, but the 27-minute benchy, which is also in the files you can download, does follow the speed benchy rules. So that gives you an idea of kind of what your difference is. So yeah, we're working on the ZeroG build now. The Trident build that I referred to a little bit earlier also uses a Tensor 3D B-stock frame. Hey, Zombie Hedgehog, how are you doing today? And like I said, that frame is built downstairs, sitting downstairs. What I try and do is on this build table here. So this is a metal frame. It's got 3 support straps that go across, and then this is like 1/4-inch melamine board on top. So I don't trust this to be perfectly flat. But I will get the frame up here and I will build it as well as I can. Then I will take it downstairs onto the kitchen counter, which is a flat slab of stone, right? It's marble, I believe. Marble, granite, one of the two. Probably granite, I think it's cheaper. But I will use that to square up the frame, right? Square frames are overrated. Yeah. Well, it's just like anything else, just like a house or anything else. The better the foundation of the build is, the better the house is going to be, the better it's going to last, or the longer it'll last. The better your printer is going to run, the better your input shaping is going to be, stuff like that. It's just like everything else. You know, as we mentioned last stream, printers are a collection of systems, right? You have a motion system, you have a motor system, electronic system. Everything that you can do to build your printer as square and as true and as best as possible will show up in your prints at the end, right? But since I'm starting to get some people here, where we left off on our frame, right, is we went ahead and we got the skirts on. We mounted the rails for, come back to the big. We mounted our 3 rails for our motor system. We mounted our rails and our mini tanks for our bed mounting system. We were down 1 screw on this front right arm, and we had to use a couple of black screws. So I got some screws in yesterday. Thank you for one day, Amazon. Swapped these out so they're all silver now, and made sure we got all 3 screws in. So we're good there. The other thing I did that I'm going to want your all's opinion on, and I'm probably going to try and lift the frame up this way, is the center ZeroG symbol. So just kind of a prototype. I printed it in 2 different parts and just super glued it in. But going forward, if we decide to go with this one, then I will reprint it and have it as a contiguous print, just doing a color swap. So that was the fluorescent blue on gray. The other option, which I thought I had left out, the other option would be to go with the fluorescent blue with the gray ZeroG symbol. So I don't know how much color pop we want on this. I'm open to everybody's suggestions on whether we keep the skirt sort of subdued and just pop the ZeroG symbol, or whether we want to throw some pop on there and throw some of the fluorescent blue on it. Don't want your answer, Zombie. Of course I don't. So where we're gonna start off today, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get our 3 motors into the base. So before I'm gonna set this back down here so that we can see what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna grab my motors. Now we're using LDO motors for this kit, and this is actually a 2.4 motor kit that I'm using. I originally asked Jason if he could provide me a set of Trident motors, completely forgetting that they're integrated motors and the Tridents are integrated lead screws, and that the Tridents are 300 by 300, but only a 250 build height. So those would not work for this particular build because the build height is going to be taller. So I did switch those over and just in the stack of parts for the Trident build. And I went ahead and bought a set of 2.4 motors. It'll wind up giving me an extra motor in the end, but spares. That, and I'll look over and I'll go, I've got an extra motor. I need to build another printer. Because that's how it almost always works. Hey, Chewy, how are you doing this morning? G-code is maxing out your flow rate. Okay, so you can go into, because I have that same issue. You go into your machine, your printer config, under the extruder section, and you should have a, oh, what is it? Max extrude cross section, and you want to bump that up. So wherever it says, because when it throws the error, it should give you, trying to do this, you're configured for this. Change that max extrude to higher than what it's trying to do for your purge or what have you, because normally the purge line throws it off, and then you'll be good because you always kind of heavily over extrude during a purge. Okay, so I just pulled out the 3 motors I'm going to need right now. Stick the rest over there. On the back motor, pull back. Okay, so on our rear motor mount, which is the one that has the one, it's the flush back and it has the mount point for your cable chain. You're going to mount this. You can mount it in either way, where you're just as long as your motor cables aren't facing the back. I've mounted it with the motors going, or the motor cable going forward like this, because I normally will run this underneath all the electronics and then just loop it back up onto the board. And you'll see that. We're going to put M3x8 socket head cap screws in here. Pull that out. I'll probably pull my tins out as well, just because. And I want to say, did we make this the right size to put? Yeah, I believe this is the right size. We can get some washers underneath it, and that'll help provide a tighter fit and spread out the pressure provided by the head of the screw out a little bit more. Just want to get it lined up. And just like anything else, when I'm using a washer, so on a washer, you're going to have a smooth head side or a smooth side, and then you'll have another side that's not shiny and has a little bit of a burr. And that's from the stamping process where they bring the die down and stamp right through it. So I always put the shiny side up towards the head and the quote unquote burr side down against the printed part because that'll just add a little bit more bite with that burr. Yeah, that's one way to fix it. You can set max flow rate in your slicer as well. But once again, if you set it in your slicer, that means your slicer will say, okay, I can go up to this high. If it's higher than what you have set in your actual firmware, it's going to throw the error because your slicer is going to want to try and extrude more than your firmware will allow it. Yeah, once again, that Vinci G code, watching Pooch Repcord's video on it, it looks like it was optimized for single wall, lightning infill, and sparse infill, um, which actually turned out extremely well. The results were amazing. Um, but then there's also a second G code file there that follows the full speed benchy rules, and it winds up being, I think, like 27 minutes. Very true, Chewy. It's like anything, there's different ways to skin the cat. Okay, so our rear motor is mounted. And then you'll have your right and left motors. You always have to look at them. So, how's an easy way to explain this? So there's a little shelf. So see this one's straight. This one has a little bit of a shelf. This provides basically a built-in bump stop on your rails. So yeah, you just got to think through it. So this will be the left side. This will be the right side. And that's needed because you need to orient your motors just like you would on a Trident, where your cables come out facing each other, right? So we'll go ahead and get these set on here. And we'll go ahead and get these tied down. Poor cat. What happened to the cat? How are you doing this morning, Creatix Brit? I realize that's being awful quiet. You're getting skinned multiple ways. Oh, not as much as I'm going to get skinned. So the yard looks like crud. Mrs. Dragon comes home on Wednesday and it's raining the next 3 days, so I won't be able to go out and mow it unless I mow it when it's soaking wet. So yeah, the yard's gonna look bad when Mrs. Dragon gets home. I'll just have to spend the next few days mowing what I can and pulling weeds and stuff like that. Limit my exposure to the wrath of Mrs. Dragon. And Frantic Brett, thank you so much for a productive printing week. Looking forward to next week. Nice. Thank you so much for putting your sometimes your pendant, that's what it was, a pendant file up on printables for slowly masses. I'm gonna print one of those, and I'm thinking about printing one in the fluorescent blue ABS that I've got on the 2.4 behind me, just because I think that color comes out so nice, as well as some of the other colors that I have. Yeah, it's a fluorescent blue ABS. It's what I've been using on this particular build here. I think it'll come out well. I might do a couple of them in ABS because I also have the sparkle fluorescent pink that's used on the 2.4 behind me from Sparta 3D, and a sparkle fluorescent red. I'm just curious to see how well it looks. And the other thing I didn't think of is that's an interesting organic shape, but it's not, I'll say, too crazy as far as the curves go. I'm wondering if it can be printed with like the non-planar print style and actually get a smoother surface finish on it. You did a UV pour on it the other day? Yes, that was nice. And you were going to put, is that the one that you were going to put like beads and stuff on as well? That you were doing on your stream? Yeah, I mean, you can go and use like a smaller layer height, like do a 1.6 or even a 1.2 layer height, 0.1 layer height, especially on your cruces. Just make sure you're not using a sparkle film or a sparkled filament, because that will have flakes in it that might be hard to get out at a 0.1 layer height. Oh, you did it in a 0.1 also? Nice. Nice. So the fluorescent blue ABS is this color here. It does kind of pop and shimmer. I mean, I like it. It really pops. I'm a fanatic of blue, so I like the blues. But Mrs. Dragon doesn't wear a lot of jewelry, but she does like jewelry. Um, so I'm thinking about printing one of those for her as well. Might buy me a little bit of get out jail free. Put that there. these over here. Lift this up into place. And so we're going to mount these using our M5 by 10s. And I believe we're going to use button screws on the mounts. That'd be a handful M5 by 10 button head screws. Rolling T-nuts. Now it depends on me. The 12-minute benchy does not follow the speedboat rules because it's single wall, sparse lightning infill. It does not follow the rules, but the 27-minute benchy does. The precise 27-minute benchy code does follow those rules, but the 12-minute one does not. And Joe's straight and honest about that. I saw some comments about people, oh, he's not following the rules. And it's like, and he says in his thing, if you actually will read it, that it doesn't follow the rules. But he did provide a file that also does follow the rules. It's 27-minute benchy. So on the rear one, if you're doing a standard Ender 5 frame, the motor mount will actually provide the alignment for the lower rail. Okay. It'll lock in the lower rail, and it'll provide your sorry, I'm fighting with a T-nut and trying to fight with a T-nut and talk at the same time. Apparently, it's not my forte this morning. Move this around. But when all else fails, stop fighting gravity, use it to your advantage. That's most likely really what it is I'm just trying to put it in without gravity assist here. Well, that one just doesn't want to play today, so. So normally on the Ender 5 frame, you would have the standard corner brackets up at the top, and then down at the bottom, the motor mount itself provides the quote unquote corner bracket bracing to tie it into the bottom of the frame. I don't know why this particular, here we go. That was painful. This is a pretty nice snug fit. Get everything lined up. M3 driver for these. And what we're going to want to do is tighten them up little by little. You want to make sure that it clamps on the sides, but also that it sits flush down at the bottom. So you just kind of want to start tightening everything up little by little, making sure that everything's lined up. Yeah, there's a lot of T-nuts. But you know what? Like I said, I like the T-nuts better than hammerhead nuts because I can't tell you how many times I put in hammerhead nuts and I think, okay, that rail's secure, and then it's not. And you wind up running into problems with especially your linear rails where you didn't actually get a lot of your T-nuts to set appropriately. And I'm going through and I'm making sure that the bottom is now tight because I want to make sure that this is sitting perfectly flat and perpendicular. Then I'll tighten these sides up. Because as I tighten that up, this end curls up, so something's not lined up. T-nut wasn't actually lined up, so as I was putting the screw in, it's pushing the one end of the T-nut down and the other side up. Here we go. And we're going to do the same thing on the fronts. So let me kind of move this around so you'll see what I'll do here. So it's going to go in the line or right around. You've got the cutout that'll go around your linear rail. I'll just slide in and drop down. Then you'll just need to drop in however many T-nuts you need for your 2, 1, and then 2 on each. I'm just looking to get these close enough that then I can use my, I find that using my tweezers or even a smaller driver, just get in there and rotate it around the edge will help align the T-nuts so that everything will look right, line up. I need to get two more over on this side. It is. This printer is extremely rigid. The frame is built with a series of blind nuts, blind joints, and a couple of different places where it's basically a blind joint into the drilled hole, or a blind joint using a T-nut. Just depends on the location. So all of the 2040 frame ends are of course done with T-nuts. Or, I'm sorry, blind joints directly into the adjoining part. But like this area right here where it's a 2040 with a 2020 on the outside, you're using a couple of T-nuts and blind joints to attach the 2020 to the 2040. But yes, this is a very stiff and rigid frame. But we'll that in a second. And yes, there's definitely a good amount of hardware in here. And once again, if you're using a standard Ender 5 frame, I mean, in essence, I think that's where a lot of the hardware need comes from, is trying to work with a standard Creality frame that may or may not be rigid and straight and square. Hey, Turtle Crawler, how are you doing this morning, my friend? We're just working our way through getting our motors mounted. I'm going to turn this around and figure out why this one T-nut's not lining up right. Let's see. that particular T-nut moved further in, so I may have to take that motor off because I can't get it to such a tight fit that it won't slide. So I'll take it off and fix that location. Yeah, that's true. On my Ender 5 Plus, it wasn't that big of a deal because I had plenty of room, but you're right. This is a smaller platform, so I'm probably going to need to do that. And I will take that into account. Hey, Wind Farm 66, how are you doing? Yes, this is basically a Ender 5 Pro size frame. The Plus would be the 370 by 377 build size, and I've got a Plus downstairs. But this is basically a custom frame that hasn't been released yet. It still uses the same printed files. It's just it's a Pro Plus Ultra frame. There you go, Zombie. So cattywampus, but yeah, on my Plus, I ran it straight out the front on this motor because it basically what I did was I ran the cord or the cable for it underneath the PSU, underneath the controller board, came up and plugged it in, and that worked out well on that frame. But you're right, with this being such a small frame, comparison wise, I'll probably have to switch that motor one way or the other. Good morning, Timor. How are you doing today, my friend? Thank you for joining us on this fine Saturday morning. Oh, well, thank you, Earl, for working on the DXF files. So definitely going to come in handy soon. So my Shapeoko 3, which I use to cut my panels, it's a 16 by 32 cut area. So I should be able to basically like lay it down, cut one end, and then flip it around and then cut the other end. Basically hand sawing it or hand sawing, doing it on the table saw to get the initial square size, and then basically do the motor cutouts on the end on my Shapeoko. Not like it's still didn't grab. Put this down and see what's going on. Oh, me and these T-nuts today are not having fun. It looked like that one moved out of its pocket. The top deck panel. So what I'm doing here is just having to keep going through here because one of the T-nuts moved out of position when I went to screw it in, which happens occasionally. As annoying as it is. Okay. Looking at this on the bottom panel, like normally, let me get this in here and then we'll set it up and I'll explain visually what I was going to say. Yeah, I use Syncut Sin for my other panels for the 5 Plus. Still haven't completely installed them, but yeah, it's they're pretty good service and they do pretty good. I had to like sand some of the edges. I don't know if it was if I remember right, there was an issue with the DXF files originally. I remember seeing some comments about them being just a little bit off, and people were having to sand either the printed part or the acrylic. And that's all I did was just go and kind of sand the acrylic a little bit, and then it fit right in. But normally on an unenclosed version, you wouldn't have like this little back piece here. So your cut panel would just go right on these 4 pieces. Do you cut a separate piece to go right back here? Or you kind of cut a long piece and then just have a gap filler that you print or something? Yeah, that's what I think. If we just come straight back on the ends to line it up and clamp it back here, then we just do like a little printed part for right there. It's easy enough to make. Okay, lessons learned. So those who change frames do not have to buy new panels. Not sure what that means, Turtle. One. This. Oh, gotcha. Almost figured out a technique for doing these. Just gonna stay there. Just gonna set this here and try and get them lined up initially. lined up. It's a little bit longer in the Y. And that allows the back motors to be encapsulated in the actual enclosure. Once again, this will be an enclosed frame printer. What's everybody working on this weekend? Just spending your early morning watching me. Got a filament cutter for your MMU. Nice. Gardening day. All right, zombie. So are you planting a garden or are you just tending the garden today? So far we've had carrots and turnips and beets. What else? Carrots, turnips, beets, and peas. We've harvested. Got tomatoes growing. Dragsters, death racers, the Amish death racer cart. Okay. We got 4 of them today. I'm trying to get some more of the dragster parts printed. Okay, we're all in there. We're all tight on all 3 of the motors. So we will take Turtle's suggestion and drop this motor and rotate it 90 degrees. So the frame, right now this is a custom built frame using cut sheets provided by the ZeroG team. I ordered the frame links from Mitsumi. So all the links were pre-cut, and then I had to measure, drill, and tap for the blind joints. In the future, since those cut sheets, full cut sheets, will be available, you would be able to have Mitsumi do all that work and get a full frame from Mitsumi. I was just impatient and had all the tools to do all the work myself, so I just did all the work myself. Oh, nice. Nice, Scott. Yeah, it makes sense that he would have somebody on the state side print it for him. Oh, I'm sure all those extra operations do add up. But if you can do it yourself, great. If you can't, and I figured Fabrico or LDO or somebody would be willing to do a frame. In the cut sheets that are out there, and this was feedback I gave to Turtle and team, the cut sheets did not specify the gantry. So when I built this, I got thinking, I was like, I don't have a gantry piece. Which makes sense because if you go and get like a ZeroG kit from Fabrico, it's going to come with a gantry piece. However, that gantry piece is going to be black because it's really designed to go onto an Inner 5, and all the Creality frames are black, right? So, just be cognizant of that. What I did was I just went and bought one Mitsumi, but it was some 800 long millimeter pieces off of Amazon and just cut it down to size myself. I'd say that's the factory cut end. And then this was me cutting it on the bandsaw. A little bit shinier, but comes out fine. And there's no tapping needed on this piece because it's just going to sit here between your two XY gantry pieces. So I did cut that one myself. Not that hard. Once again, if you have a bandsaw, it's relatively easy to do. Next up, what I'm going to do is move these off so I don't knock them over. Before I keep going too much further on this, I am going to add my drop brackets in. So on a Voron, your den rails are mounted in this orientation and all your electronics hang down. What they've done is design drop brackets so that your electronics will mount underneath and be facing up. Hey, Free Heathen, how are you doing? which makes life easier as far as wiring and stuff. You don't have to keep flipping the printer upside down to do wiring and stuff. You just take the base panel off and you're in. Depending on which type of DIN rail that you bought or use, or easily either go on real easy or not so easy. It could just be a little bit over extrusion on my prints. All right, so maybe I will put these in off stream where I have a chance to maybe file, cut, and clean some things up. I'll put these in off print. But what it is you got drop brackets, okay? And this end appears to require a heat set insert. Then what you'll do is you'll get your drop bracket in here, and you'll just run an M3 by 10 screw down through here, and that'll lock on there so your bracket doesn't move. But what you'll have is these brackets will be underslung down here, so all your electronics mount facing up, and it makes working on a lot easier. You just take the top cover panel off, and you can get to your electronics without having to flip the printer, dig around, flip the printer, dig around. But like I said, I'll work on cleaning these up as needed, and we'll get these ready to mount for our next stream. And we'll keep going. I self-source these. If you got an early Fabrico kit, the kit would have come with the standard, we'll call them spring couplers. So your kit would have originally come with these spring couplers. Well, if things aren't put in right or things are bent, your coupler really quickly will flex and start. I mean, it's nice that it flexes. That's supposed to take care of some Z wobble. It didn't. So they're going to go with rigid couplers. Now I've got the rigid coupler with diaphragms in it. And this is what I'm running on my 5 Plus right now. And these work really, really well. So all you're going to do is just find the flat on your motor. Make sure that actually, you don't even need to do that for these because these are the clamping style. So just let it drop down to where that diaphragm hits and then tighten up the clamp. So if you have the style that uses set screw, your set screw needs to be on the flat. Okay, if you're using the clamping style, it doesn't have to necessarily be on the flat because you're clamping around the surface. Yeah, a plastic mallet, and that quite honestly was why I was saying I'll take this off stream because I was going to use a plastic mallet or break out the hobby knife and just remove a little bit of material. Like I said, I think I'm slightly over extruding on my boron right now, but such is life. You want to make sure that these are nice, good, and tight. And since these are clamping, I don't know. I haven't bothered putting Loctite on these yet. I haven't had a problem with the 5 Plus because they're clamping style, but nothing would hurt if you decide to put Loctite on these either. All right, thanks, Zombie. Have fun gardening. So now we've got these on. We can go ahead and add our lead screws. And like I said, I'm trying to build bottom up. I will hold off on putting the bed on just yet, just because it becomes a little unwieldy. But we will get the bed on fairly soon, actually. Now, I got an installed palm nuts. Um, your lead screws will most likely come with a lead screw T-nut. You can use that if you want, or you can use the palm nuts. Like I said, I chose to use the palm nuts. I'm going to put this on without any lubrication right now. Because, well, it's palm nuts, and palm nuts are supposed to be self-lubricating. I shouldn't need to add lubricant. And normally on my lead screws, if I do anything, I take the lead screw outside, and I've got a dry white lithium that I'll spray it on. Yeah, it'll probably need some. And like I said, I'll probably pull these off right before I put the bed on and spray them down with some white lithium. And if you're using, so if you go through Fabrico and you get the palm lead screw nuts with the palm coated um, lead screws, whichever end's going to go into your couplers, you really do want to use some sandpaper and clear off that coating just to make sure that you get a good clamp on it. Otherwise, your coupler and motor could spin, but your lead screw doesn't. You'll wind up with some issues. Yeah, I prefer to use kind of like that dry white lithium, because if you use a heavier grease, it just seems to. Yeah, you can get a little bit of squeal. That is true. Oh, 5 sec. I thought I saw something about them saying they needed to find some new distributors. Asked Dutch dude about Murph last year. What happened at Murph last year? Okay. Oh, squealing lead screws. Okay, make sure you get a good clamp. Good movement. And all I'm trying to do is just bring it down to the bump stop that I left in place there. So that all of them should be at the relatively same height. Yeah, I can imagine the screaming lead screws. Oh yeah. Remove the lead screw, put it back in, forget to retighten the coupler, yeah. Oh, I can imagine Scott. Okay, Britt, go do the mom thing. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your weekend, everybody. It is supposed to be a long weekend for us in the US. So enjoy it. Hopefully it's nice and dry and you can do a lot of things outside. It is raining here already, so if you guys are not already following Creatix Brit, please go follow Creatix Brit. She is a great maker. She prints, she paints, she chats, she does cosplay, and she's starting to design now too. Hey, Pez Liz, how are you doing? I just realized I obviously don't have a bunch of shout outs set up, so we take a quick stop here and just do a little bit of a few shout outs to my fellow streamers. Oh, of course, didn't like zombies because I didn't install it right. There we go. We got zombie, we got Pezliz, we got Brit. Um, I know Scott streams, but I don't think I have this set up to do the YouTube stuff. So Scott, Edge of 3D is over on YouTube. Definitely go find him. Hey, Papa Bear AZ, how are you doing today? You're zonk, but good, Pezliz. Yeah. You know, I have no idea what happened yesterday, but like all day yesterday, my allergies were off the chain. Off the chain. I have no idea why. Down there, tighten those up. Back down to bump stop. Make sure everything lines up. And also, when you're going out and getting your lead screws, make sure you get the right lead screws. These are the TR8 2, and you definitely want that because that will help with uh, any possibility of the bed sag, beds dropping when your motors go to sleep. So I don't know why sitting here turning these lead screws and winds up my hands start cramping. Yeah, one with 4 starts and backdrops. Yep, yep. Yeah, so they're TR8X2 lead screws, and like I said, when you buy lead screws, they'll come with the brass nuts. I just switched over to primarily using palm nuts on everything, so just make sure you get the right size palm nuts for them. Yeah, put the nuts on the lead screws before bolting them to the arms. Makes sense. But you could even go through and loosen the bolts on your palm nuts, which probably isn't a bad idea. So they'll free float just a little bit while you're installing the screws. That way you don't have any alignment issues, and they'll kind of self-align. Then you can tighten them back up. Oh my God, you did hot sauce, pickle juice, beet juice, apple cider vinegar, and maple syrup all in the same stream? God, I would be hating life too. You've also removed a stepper to swap. Well, yeah, that can be too, especially if you get an integrated lead screw stepper. So, Turtle, one of the things that I did on the last stream, if you remember, was I reamed out the holes, because after you put in the heat set insert, it always seems to melt a little bit into the hole. And so what I do is I tend to use my reamer and ream those holes back out so that they're nice and round and true again, so that when I put the palm nuts in, everything lines up nice. And like you said, you get everything a chance to kind of settle, and then you can tighten these palm nuts back up. That's why I use a reamer and not a drill bit to to clean those holes up. Turtle, is because if you use a drill bit and it digs through that plastic, one, it can veer off to the side and you get a non-straight hole. But two, if it bites into one of those brass inserts, it'll rip it out, and you'll have a different set of problems to deal with at that point. So just do a reamer, and I try to do them by hand, but occasionally you can't. You wind up having to use a drill. I just pulse the drill, so I'm not like just giving it the gusto right off the bat. I could use an X-Acto blade to clean the bore, but that would require me to go find where my X-Actos are. I've got a set somewhere. I just have no idea where in my house. And the hobby knife, you know, that style is not getting down in the bore too far. But if you do have a very sharp point X-Acto blade, it will. So we will my demos back away. Put those in there as spares for one day down the road. Fine. Okay, so now we've got our motors in, we've got our lead screws in, we've got our motions working nice and good. We've got our things relatively level, so to speak. Now it would be time to actually start mounting the bed. But like I said, we're going to wait on the bed because that's extra weight that we have to move around. And we're going to start working on our gantry setup and our motors. So I'm going to go ahead and put this back down off the table for the time being. Go ahead and grab my other two motors. Yeah. Few parts here. And pull the rest of these out. Okay, so we have our motors, bearings, idlers, and we need shims, and we'll need our 5mm shims. Round files would help. Yep. So these are your 5mm by 30mm shafts. And chances are, unless you're lucky, you're probably going to have to sand these. So you just take one of your flange bearings, oops, one of your 695 2RS flange bearings, just try and put it on. And if it doesn't easily slip on, don't push it on because you'll mess your bearing up. But that means you're going to have to sand your bearings down. Now, the simple thing here is finding the sandpaper, which I just had in sight. What did I do with the sandpaper? Lose my mind. Okay, folks. Happens when you have too much stuff. Thought I had set it out, but I guess I did not. Okay, folks, give me 1 second. I will put you on a be right back screen. Let you talk amongst yourselves, and I will be right back because I know where it's at. Downstairs. We'll be right back. Send a different bottom stepper mount files with an added M3 bolt in the back. What would the M3 bolt in the back be? Yeah, ick Blood Angels. You're right. It's Blood Angels. Be right back, folks. Ties into the frame. Okay. Yep. Be right back. And we are back. Sorry about that. So it provides a third mounting point to the frame. Okay, quick hands up. Can everybody hear me? Okay, thank you, Chewy. So what you're going to do, easiest way to do this is you take your 5mm shafts and you chuck it up in your drill. And I try not to chuck too much of it up in there. Take a strip of sandpaper, hold it around said dowel pen, kind of put a little bit of pressure, and you're just going to sand it. Make sure you move up and down the length. And all you want to do is sand just enough that the bearing will slide on. Still is catching, don't force it, just sand a little bit more. And this is the easiest and quickest way to get this done, is just using the drill. You'll see I just work it back and forth just a little bit. That's going to help with any scratch marks and stuff too. Then you're just going to keep going for a little bit and then work your bearing on. If your bearing's not going on smooth, do a little bit more. This is the time consuming part because you'll have 10 of these pens. And I'm trying not to go like really balls to the wall on this because it'll start making a lot of noise, but you just want it so that your bearings will fit on. A tiny bit more, and I really think it's at the end here. So you'll see I'm doing like an angle just to chamfer the edge a little bit. And you'll see it really doesn't take much to be able to get your bearings on. And then you just flip it around and do it on the other side as well. And you're just trying to get a full smooth surface. Yep, exactly. So you do one side, you'll flip it over, and you'll flip over the screen. You'll see on this where this side over here is still shiny and this isn't. This is the side that's been sanded. This is the part that was chucked. So I definitely need to switch the ends around. Rechuck it and then do that other side. still a little bit tight. And I'm using a, so this is 150 grit sandpaper. I could use a coarser grit sandpaper to get it done a little bit quicker and then finish up with fine. It just depends on what you want to do. And I'm going to I'm going to mute the mic so I can really get at it with this for a little bit. So definitely keep chatting. You got Turtle there, who's, like I said, one of the designers. So please ask any questions you want of Turtle while we got him here. And like I said, I'm going to go on mute so I can really get at it with the drill and I don't blow everybody's ears out. Is it not picking up that much on the mic? Well, we'll see. Because like I said, I was quote unquote feathering it. So let me get full juice and see what you think. Full juice. All right, good. Yeah, I noticed that now that the filters was removing it. I had issues before where it didn't seem like the filters were doing a good job. So you do want to be careful because as you're using the sandpaper, it is going to heat these things up. So you do want to be a little bit careful with getting them really hot. set up a ZeroG as well. So there's nothing that prevents you from running Marlin on this printer. It's just how you want to set it up. Like I said, the easiest setup is to do a Mercury 1 on a standard ender. And all you really need to do is change the Core XY kinematics over. But I mean, if you use the same motors and just switch over to linear rails, there's no reason why you can't use Marlin. I didn't think compiling firmware would be that tricky, Chewy. But like I said, especially if you just do the Mercury mod, then you're just changing the Core XY and you're not changing your Z-axis yet, and you can still continue to use the standard Creality board if you want. So it works very well, and that's why I like about the ZeroG system is you can do it in phases. So you can get the kit or cell source and do just Core XY, right? And then you can keep the same electronics and everything. And then if you want to go to the Hydra for the bed, which I think is really more needed on an Ender 5 or an Ender 5 Pro because it's a cantilever bed, then that's where you would need to do some electronics upgrade and either add a second controller board and move to Clipper or get a larger controller board. Yeah, and if you use the Fabrico kit, you would get different motors, so you would have to go and change maybe some settings for your motors. But okay, Turtle, you say the extended stepper mounts. Is that for the AB steppers, or is that the one that you were talking about on the bottom that had the added M3 nut or M3 hole? Okay, let me take a quick gander at that. Oh, okay. Figures. Yeah. So that would be nice because that'll extend that out to add one more, or at least not one more, but does that actually add another bolt, or does it just move that one bolt hole over? I'll build them this way because if it was like just this piece, it'd be a quick, easy print, but I'd have to reprint these, which would be a little bit longer prints. And I've actually got something going on that printer in that color right now, so I'll have to reprint these after the fact. 2M5s in the front and an M3 in the back. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. I'll go ahead and I'll put them together like this for the stream, but then I'll swap that bottom, I'll swap them out and I'll kind of show them off on the next stream. Is the beta channel a secret? If you can't see the beta channel, yes, it's a secret. Yeah, it's a closed beta at the moment. Okay. Yeah, and that's why he's sitting here telling me about new files that I'm not using just yet. And I've reprinted these parts 2 or 3 times now. So but you can sign an NDA. Well, like I said, Turtle's the guy you want to talk to. Turtle and Dutch Dude. You talk to them, they'll give you the access. I don't have the access rights. I don't know. Turtle, will a Trident too? Well, so the Trident mounting holes are different. So on the ZeroG, the mounting holes are actually in the 2 front corners in the back or in the back middle. So the back middle will work, but on a Trident, the front holes are inset like 30 millimeters or something like that. Yeah, might have had to add the holes in the front. And once again, if you go out to the docs page, right? So docs.zerog.com, I believe it is. And you can see the documentation out there, and under the bed section or the Hydra section, they actually have the drawings for the beds. So you can take a quick gander and see like, okay, where would I need to put the holes on the bed? Yeah, and you can do that, or the bed I will be using for this build, I bought off AliExpress. And according to Dutch, it's actually the one that they collaborated with Bizek on. So Sorry. Okay. Scissors. I'll try and rip my laptop off. So before I came back on stream, I tripped over the cord on my laptop and almost yanked it off the stand that sits right next to me. That would have been a bad day. And yeah, I've got a Shapeoko CNC, as I mentioned. I haven't tried to do any aluminum on it, and I'm assuming I can because I've seen people that have. It'll just be like slow going. Um, and I know that what's his name, Fabrico has the beds, but they come and go so fast. Like the ZeroG bed that I needed for this size, it came in and was sold out in like a day. So yeah, I'd say don't be afraid of just ordering the spring seal plate and going. Um, or I'm sorry, ordering an ATP plate and doing it yourself. If you've got a drill press, I would suggest a drill press over trying to manually, drill straight holes through a Mike 6 bed, but it's all doable. So there's multiple bed sizes depending on which size you're doing. I believe the one that I got is 275. Um, but yeah, let's pull up the manual real fast and show you. Yeah, so it's a 255 by 255 bed. There's a 275 by 275 bed. And then on the Ender 5 Plus, you can have a 377 by 370 or a 410 by 410. Yeah, and that's the thing is, yeah, you can put a bigger bed size on here. On this particular version I'm building, you just won't be able to travel to it. And there's been people like, I know Modbot, I want to say, used a clicky probe on his. So you need a little bit of space around the bed to be able to do something like a clicky probe, or if you wanted to do a purge bucket or brush or things like that. Yeah. Um, so I'll tell you, I got my 5 Plus on eBay through an auction. And like I said, I would start by just doing the Mercury, which is the Core XY top piece, right? And then once you get that going and you get comfortable with that, then you can switch over to a Hydra if you want. And it's only when you switch over to the Hydra that you would have to change your beds. There's still some type of little ridge there. And like I said, on this ZeroG page, they actually do have the diagrams on where to put your holes. And that's where you see that the holes are really in the front two corners, one in the back, where the trident holes are more back here where these lines are. They're the front holes are embedded back. But nothing says you can't get a 300 trident bed and then drill the front holes yourself. Like I said, the back one would be just fine. This is kind of the long, tedious part, but yeah. Hey, Nick, how are you doing? I didn't see you sneak in here. So all we're doing here is just using a drill and some sandpaper to change the, to bring the diameter down just a little bit so that our bearings will go on smoothly. And yeah. So mods, other than I'm going to do a CAN bus tool headboard. Yeah, I think that's all I'm going to do with this one is just do the CAN bus tool headboard. My plan was to continue to use the BL Touch, but if I remember right, BL Touch don't like the heat that much, so I might have to switch over to a different type of probe. And for Heathen, this is basically a mod to an Inner 5. Because I have posted pictures on Discord and Twitter of my Inner 5 Plus that's been converted to a ZeroG Mercury with a Hydra system. In fact, that's what I'm printing my helmets off on. True. A couple of 2.4s. I've got a new 2.4 that's right behind me, and we'll start building a Trident very soon. Can't tell if it's just a lip on the end or what. So Nick, what we're working on here is our 5 millimeter by 30 millimeter shafts for our idlers. Um, what we're trying to do now is just uh, sand them down a little bit so that the bearings go on and off without any without being too um, tight, so we don't damage our bearings in the process of installing them. So all we're doing is we're just taking some 80 grit sandpaper and a drill, chucking it up and having at it. We've got most of our Hydra in place, which is the kinematic bed. We just haven't installed the bed yet. We'll do that in a little bit later step because that way it's less weight that we have that we're moving around. So we got 3 more pins to go. So the Voron has printed some of these parts off, and the parts are looking really nice. This just ran last night. This is just some bed adhesive that was on there. And I ran it on the smooth side of the sheet, thinking, okay, the body I want to have as smooth as possible. This is just some residual adhesive that I had on the plate. Things like this where it's really shiny. That's where I dug into the PEI with the nozzle previously. But this is the piece that we printed on the Mark IV. This would be the frame. This would be the body. And considering this is printed in PLA and the body is printed in ABS, it's like a glove. Holes line up. So this is just some trial prints. I'm printing another part right now of the body to see how well it looks. I might have to get me I might have to do some spring steel sheet orders from Fabrico and get me some black PEI sheets for my borons. Guys, I've got the ZeroG I'm working on now, the Trident as well that'll be coming up. Still need to work a little bit on the baby belt and getting some stuff done and ready for Murph. I haven't decided if I'll try and do like the Killdozer or the Dragster on stream yet. But if there's any content or builds that you guys are interested in seeing, let me know. You can definitely either post it here in the comments or on my Discord channel. And I'm open to any type of build that you guys want to see. I don't think I know who Glendon is, but is that a blue frame, blue parts? Inner 3 XY. So that is still in a beta. My understanding is it's not opened up yet. Scott is beta testing that kit though. Making a lot of dust here. But I am really considering doing an Ender 3 belt printer conversion by that same company. Okay, they are up for pre-order. Gotcha. I might have to take a look at that. Like I said, I definitely want to do a Ender 3 to belt printer conversion. So sounds about right, turbo crawler. And what's the difference between the base and the upgraded kit? You want a belt machine for minis? Yeah. Well, it's interesting because you can get different types of belt machines. Like you can do a 45 that'll let you do like one after the other, but you also have the 90-degree where you basically do like a full plate and then it rotates down and you start another plate. So it depends on what kind of production line you wanted to run with them. Last one. Last bit. Good enough. There's a lot of upgrades coming for the ZeroG. Well, the ZeroG is a mod. There are a lot of file upgrades that are coming. Too. But yeah, there are a lot of file upgrades coming for it. In fact, a bunch of them just dropped. The 115 file set just dropped. I think the announcement I saw yesterday. Just a little bit of fine shaved metal. Nice turtle crawler. FedEx delivery alert dog. Nice. Yeah, I don't have a dog to alert me, but I can normally hear them when they're coming up because I'm a corner lot on the street. So I normally hear them as they come rolling by. That, and I've set up alerts for them that'll start texting me. So I can try and intercept them before the wife sees them coming in. Okay, 3 boxes heavy. Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. Which size and which type of K3 are you getting? Meaning the all-wheel drive or clean up there? Manual time. Where are we at? Okay, so you got the 180 in K3 is only all-wheel drive. Okay. Not as up to date on that. So normally on the Mercury 1, once again, it was designed to be a mod to the Inner 5 line. So it'd start by emptying the frame. We've got an empty frame. talks about sanding the dowel pins. Lower result or lower grit sandpaper, so in lower numbers like 80 grit, will remove material faster, where the higher grit will result in a slower removal and give you a little more control and a nicer finish on the rods. Internal, I don't know who this is, but is this like a Photoshop ZeroG logo on her nails, or did she actually go and get these done on her nails for the shot? It is, because Dutch hates me. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. So Dutch photoshopped this long nail on your hand? Nice. Okay, so we're going to start with the left stepper tower. And the easiest way to tell is the left tower just has the ZeroG logo on it, where the right tower has ZeroG. So that's the easiest way to tell. So you want to start with the left tower. All right, guys, I think I'm going to pull the trigger on the wireless mic. I keep stepping on the cord. It's driving me bonkers. Okay. We're going to need one of our pins. We're going to need some M3x20s and a couple of M550s. The M550s will be used to actually mount the motor onto the frame. So what I'll do is I'll build both motors and then mount them on the frame. This shows a bearing stack as being a shim, bearing, bearing, shim. That's incorrect. I think it's later on down in where it shows you the right flange stack, and I will demonstrate. Okay, so various parts that we'll need. So we'll start with the left mount. We're going to put two of our dowel pins in, and they're going to go into the short areas. I just try and give a little push to make sure that they're seated. Okay. And then we're going to do our flange stack. So our M5 shims. Shims and washers are different. If you don't have shims and you only have washers, okay, but these shims are precision shims, 1 millimeter, and they're shiny on both sides. So they're finished on both sides. There should be no burr. Okay. We'll start off and we're going to do a shim and a shim. I'm going to do them both side by side. So they each get a shim. Then we're going to put a bearing flange side down against the shim. We're going to do another shim. A bearing with the flange side up. And another shim. That is the correct bearing stack to use. Okay, and I'm looking here. So the outer edge one gets a second flange stack. The inner side does not. And do we see close to what it looks like? There we go. This is what I was looking for. So shim, flange, bearing, shim, bearing, shim, bearing, shim, bearing, shim. So once again, on the outer edge, we've got the shim. We'll go another bearing with the flange towards the shim, bearing going in the opposite direction, and then another shim. You have to get ready? Okay, free heathen. Take it easy, my friend. Okay, so now we've got our bearing stacks built. Now we're going to take our left frame. And the other thing that you can tell on these files now is they actually have an L in front of the version number. So this one is L115. So this would be the left one. And it's got little recessed cups where each one of the printed towers will fall into. And so you're just going to line it up on your stack. One second. Big burr out of that. That's still going to be a tight fit. So grab my reamers. Use the reamer to clean this out. Doesn't go all the way through, so don't run your drill or your reamer all the way through. You should feel where it hits the bottom part of the cup. Once again, this was printed on my boron, and I think it's got a seam on the inside of the hole, which is what I'm dealing with. And everything should line up nice and easy peasy. You want to be careful back here. There's very little room. So if it is too tight up here at the back, please, for the love of God, use a reamer or a drill and clean that out, because if you try and push that way down in there, you will crack that piece and then you will be reprinting stuff. Okay, so we've got the left stack done. Now it's going to tell us to mount the motor, and we'll want to mount our pulley to one of our motors. So, oops, my two pulleys. Now we have, that's the right, and this is the left. There's two guides here that we can print out that are going to slip over the side of the motor, and the bottom is going to slip around the shaft. And that will tell us where we need to line up our our pulley on here. So I'm going to get my flat pulley on here. And actually, I want to get some Loctite on these set screws before I get it started on here. Your pulley guides are marked left and right. In your left pulley, as you can tell by the diagram right here, the thick portion is towards the motor face, the thin portion is away from the motor face. So we'll slide that on there with one of our set screws facing the flat. We'll use our printed piece to line up that pulley, just like that. Okay. Make sure we're lined up on the flat, and then we'll secure it to the flat face first. And then we'll do the other set screw. And just like that, we should line up. Now, when we go to install our motor on the part, the motor's going in on the thin part that we put on last. It's going to come from the top down. There, on this long side here, this long slanted side in the back, that's where your wire wants to come out at. And there is another indicator. There's a place to run a zip tie through. So that's where you want to bring your motors down in and through. And then it's going to sit at an angle. You want to try and line up one edge of your motor here. And this is where we need our M3x20s. 3 of them. Just going to drop one down, and we're going to try and get it started. That's what. Using a 2.0 driver for a 2.5 head. That's why it's like, is it not screwing in? There we go. And just snug it up just a little bit because you want to be able to line up the other two. And we're going this screw hole, and this screw hole. You want to tighten these up, but you also want to be careful that you don't crack the part. If you crack the part, then you reprint. Okay, and that's one motor. Our 2 M5x50 screws will come down from the top here and go down into the piece. And like I said, we'll mount our motors once we get our everything put together. So we'll go over to our next one. Same thing. We're going to start with our piece oriented with the longer flat side towards you. You're going to put in your 2 pins. And then we're going to start building our bearing stacks. Once again, with the double bearing stack to this, I'll say the right edge here. So it's shim on each one. The flange bearing with the flange against the shim. Another shim. Flange bearing with the flange facing up. Then another shim. One where we're going to do a second one. Now we'll start the next bearing stack. So flange bearing, flange down, shim, flange bearing, flange up, shim. Make sure our stacks are nice and good. This piece will now fit right on the top. You'll line it up, and it should just fall right in place. And there's our next bearing stack, or our next motor mount. So once again, the long slanted edge where we've got our zip tie hole is where our motor is going to go into. First, we've got to set our pulley on this one. We want to make sure we do our double check. So 2 bearing stacks on the outside, 1 on the inside. And shim, bearing, shim, bearing, shim. And this one looks like the pulley is flipped the other way, where the thicker portion is away from the motor. It's going to be Loctite on our set screws. So I put everybody to sleep. The chat got pretty quiet. We got gifted a refurb Solvo SVO 6. Nice piss, Liz. Should arrive next week. Very nice. Very, very nice. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that. Like I said, I keep stepping on this cord, so I just pulled my mic through. I'm going to have to get a wireless mic. It's going to happen. Okay, so same thing. We're going to find our flat. We're going to set our bearing on here with one of our set screws lined up on the flat. Then we're going to put our piece on here, which will help us line up our pulley. And then we just tighten the first set screw down on the flat. Lever full, and tighten the other set screw. Just in marking mode. I got you. Let's get the wires. Go towards the long side with our spot for a zip tie. We'll kind of line it up. We need some more M3 by 20 screws. Just gonna do it again. Right, driver? Always try and tighten up the crossing corners first. And go for the other one. What you want to do is make sure that this pulley is lined up with the single stack in the back, which it is. Same thing with the left one. You want to make sure that the pulley is lined up with the single stack, which it is pretty darn close. And we can refine that once we actually mount the motors on the printer. So let me clean up a little bit right here. Get things out of the way here. There. This anymore. Right there. Okay. Next up, we've got both of our motors done, and it talks about mounting the motors and then working on the front towers. So what I'm going to do is let's go ahead and prep the front towers. I need to go ahead and put heat set inserts in this edge, just like it shows there. And then we'll start off on getting these put in place. Sets. And these heat sets that we're putting in, we'll wind up using an M3x20 screw that will basically become our tensioner to pull these front idler towers tight to tension our belts. Okay, so we've got those installed. This gives you an idea of what the inside looks like for these channels. We're going to start building the flange stack. Now, to build our stack, we're basically going to build it on the table and then insert it. So there is this printed piece here that allows you to get your flange stack built sitting on the table. So we're going to start with our flange bearings. We're going to sit those in the channel. Like so. We're going to take our shims, and there are different versions of this. If you're using the copper shims that are provided by Fabrico, you'll get a slightly different, or you'll print a slightly different version of this because those shims have just the same thickness, but they're a different outer diameter. Okay, so I just put the inner shim in, and then you'll take and put one on each side on the outside. Okay, and it'll look just like that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take, side we're going to start off. Doesn't really matter. It's one way or the other. But what we're going to do is there's a thick side and a thin side. The thin side is the piece that goes towards the inside here. So we're going to take this and just slide it inside there, preferably without losing one of my shims. We're just going to take that and slide it between there. And that's now going to line up with the part. And then I can take one of my dowel pins and insert it from the top. It'll be a little bit of a tight fit, but it should be able to work its way all the way in. Look. There we go. Once everything's lined up, you can just rotate this around and pull it out. And there you have it. Your pin's all the way inserted, it's flush with the top, and your bearing stack is in place and rotating. And that makes it a lot easier to build these bearing stacks. A lot less fiddly. Just take your flange bearings and stick them in there and push them down in there. And one shim down in the middle. Shim down in the middle. And then I'm just going to use one of my hex wrenches to make sure it's centered and aligned. Add one on each side. And then once again, the skinny side towards the inside. That will line it up. Take our pen, insert it. We might need to wiggle it a little bit to get the pen to go through. Pen is now gone through and set in the top. Now we can pull our jig. And if you want, you can come in with your one of your drivers and just push the pen in, and it'll countersink a little bit. You don't necessarily have to, but if you ever need to pull these pins out, that's what this hole down here at the bottom's for. And you can just take like an M3x20 screw or whatever and just thread it in there and push your pin out. And that way, if you ever have to do any maintenance on your bearing stacks, it's an easy way to get to them is through that hole at the bottom. Okay, so now we've got those built. Let me clean up just a little bit. Give me 1 second to grab this one that I dropped, otherwise I'll forget it. Put these away. Banana. All right. So now we've got both of our towers done as well. It's going to say the next step, which, yeah, we're kind of out of the steps there. So we'll switch our view again. And we'll bring our printer back over. And I'll change usual. I can do this and you won't get seasick as I move the camera around on you. There we go. Grab a quick drink. Sorry about that light in the back. The shut that off. So get rid of that halo right in your face. Okay. So our motors are going to mount. This is our what is this? It's our left motor. And our motors are going to mount in this orientation. So you're looking at the front, so you're going to see the ZeroG symbol. This goes on the back cross member. This M5 right here is going to go on this front Y cross member. So it's going to mount just like this. Okay, so we need to get a couple of our M5 T-nuts in there. Okay, and then we'll just kind of use our motor to get our T-nuts lined up. Where they're going to we need M5 by 50s. Make sure I'm getting lined up. Since these are socket head screws, we're going to use our 4mm wrench. Make sure we're getting into both of these. And it's pretty nice since we have this enclosure because the printed part's going to butt up right up against the edge of this frame. So everything aligns really nice and neat. Just tighten these down. We're going to do the same thing on the other side for the other motor. Surround this way so you can see. So once again, this long flat edge is going to be the one up against on the Y side. Okay. So we just need to set up here, kind of line up roughly our T-nuts. Slide it into place. Another couple of M5 by 50s. Hey, Poon Dog, how are you doing, my friend? I am doing great. We are working on the ZeroG, making some more progress. Trying to make some progress. If you really want to, you could put some M5 washers underneath the heads of these screws, and that'll give you more surface area as you're trying to put the screws in, or the socket heads in. And that will prevent well, not completely prevent, but it will aid with any potential crushing or pulling in on the actual part itself. We'll just put a washer on that, which will give us a little more surface areas, we tighten this up so we don't damage our printed part. It's a lot of room over the tool head. Are you missing something? Apparently so, Chewy. You've missed where I stated this is an enclosed printer design. And we're making room for the umbilical and the button tube to be able to get in here and clear the top plate. So a lot of times, and I'm noticing this even on my 2.4, is I've got a rear exit button tube that goes through the back plate. And I am noticing that it is the button tube itself, when it's towards the back end of its travel, is rubbing against the top acrylic, and it basically mars or leaves marks on the acrylic. So this should give us plenty of clearance room, for our gantry is going to go right in here, so we'll have plenty of clearance room for things to clear and route and be out of the way. Okay, so we've got our two motor mounts in. Now I'm going to twist this around, and we'll install our two towers. Now, I don't remember which tower goes on which side. Now it's getting screwed up. And then you look at the bottom and you see that we've got them marked as right and left writing. So this will be the right, this will be the left. And you're going to put another M5x50 screw in here. And it's not going to really matter just yet where you put this. So, no, that's not going to be an M5x50. Way sunk in there. What we got here? These should be M5x10s, actually. I think their size, you can put a button head in there. And that would be a negative. No button head. So, give me 1 second. I need to grab my other tray of 5 nuts. So why not come down through the top? You can. That is an option. And then I grab the button head instead of the button head instead of something. Look at that. I got my socket heads. I was just looking in the wrong place. Pretty sure these will be 5x10s. Tiny bit of cleanup to my holes here. Once again, I've got an internal seam on the inside of the hole there. So let me just clean those up real fast. So you can go through the top. Now, if you go through the top, though, Chewy, you're going to need to, I think it was Chewy, right? Yeah. If you go through the top, you probably need to cut a hole inside your acrylic So if you didn't get your acrylic that way, you need to be able to drill a hole yourself in your acrylic. And that may work for some people. It may not work for some people. If you don't have the right acrylic bits, you could actually explode your acrylic, or you can explode your acrylic or splinter it and put cracks in it. So you just need to make sure that you either have the right bits for acrylic, or you go real slow, and I suggest drilling in reverse. Hey, Royal Nobi, how are you doing today, my dear? In Subsector, I saw you sneak in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. We've been here making a mess. So I'm finding that I've got inner seams on these inner holes, so I'm having to clean them up a little bit to get my screws to go in nicely. So I'm just doing that, and we spent a good deal of time sanding our M5 by 30 shafts. So you get your M5 by 30 shafts, but unfortunately, I think they were probably M5 by 30 and then they chromed them. So they're a little bit oversized, and you have to sand them down so that they'll actually fit in your bearing stacks. So we've had to go through and do some sanding on all of those. And now we're getting ready to put in our front idlers. Where I can find the right screws for them. Not 10s. So that means they're probably going to be 12s or longer. You go grab. Fives from sixes. Look over here. There's a button here. See? 3 5s would be too long. Let's see what I got here. What is? Those are 5 by 20. All right. This is the left one, so the left side will go over here. And I'm just going to get them relatively Well, I'm going to get them started, but keep them loose for the time being. Because once again, when we go to tighten these up, these will be used to tension our belts. So we'll tension our belts, and then once we get them tensioned, we'll lock them down with the M5 bolts, and then we can take our tensioners off the front, and we'll just mount them right here on these cross members so that they're out of the way, and we can close the doors in the enclosure. So that is okay. Okay, so where are we at now? We got these on here. We got these on here. We're going to need to put our Y rails on. So those are over here, and I did get these. I did pre-lube these off stream this morning. They are nice and moving well. Got 6. So these will be our M3s, so we'll need our M3 nuts. This is 2020 Mitsumi rail. And like I said, you can run the words are so hard sometimes. You can run your Bowden tube up the top. And in fact, I'm probably going to do that on this machine because it's probably going to have the trad rack installed on it. But the standard panel sets that you'll get for like a Voron won't have about a Bowden tube out the top. The standard is to run it out the back through the exhaust port on a 2.4 or Trident. So you actually have to figure out a different pattern yourself. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave a little bit of space at the back. I should be using MGN 12 330 size rail. These are 300 rails, so they're a stock 300 rail. I might lose a little bit of overall travel. I might be able, or I might lose some space on the bed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and navigate this so I get as much bed as I can. So I may actually have to slide these forward or back a bit. Nope, this is 2020 Mitsumi rail. All right, so I got those on there. The other thing I'm going to need is my 2020 guide blocks. I'm going to sit these down on the ends. That'll help lock these in and make them flush, or at least not flush, but centered on the 2020. Just going to start tightening these down just to get them to bite into the Peanuts. That one's off. Good. Good. Whatever reason, this first one is off. When we're I actually think I'm going to move this forward a bit. I do have, I think what I used on my ZeroG downstairs, there is somebody that makes an in-stock here. For now, I'm just going to use Highly Scientific, my knuckle, to space this forward a bit. We'll do that on both sides. So once again, using the 275 bed size that I'm using, I would need to use a 330 millimeter long rail. These are standard 300. I didn't want them to have to cut me special rails for these. So I asked KBD to provide me the 300 rails. They did cut the MGN 9Cs for me because, well, they don't sell the 100 millimeter size. At least not yet. Who knows? Maybe you will after today or after the stream. But we're just going to go through and tighten these down. Yeah. One thing, I've mentioned this on another stream before, is this is a stainless steel screw going through a stainless steel rail into a stainless steel T-nut. You can put Loctite on these and Loctite these into the T-nuts. I'm not, but it is an option that you have available to you that you can do. Okay? Now, I've locked down the left rail. Okay? Remember that. I locked down the left rail. The right rail, I won't lock down completely. I want the right rail to be floating a little bit. So Royal Nomi, how are you feeling today, dear? I hope you're feeling good. Glad to see you on stream the other night. PC is good and all, but you know, he's like the rest of us. He needs a little adult supervision sometimes. My second rail. Put it up here and just line up my nuts. Yep, I promise you, Chewy, this is definitely 2020. What uses 2525 rail? I didn't even realize they made 25. I'm just getting these started. Then I'm just going to, once again, kind of get my spacing with one knuckle here. Guess I should use the same finger. And just going to set a couple of these just so the rail doesn't slide front to back and move around. But I'm not going to lock this in just yet. And you'll see why in a little bit. Okay, so we got those two done. Now we're going to set this down. We're going to grab our X-gantry rail. Bring you guys back down here to the bench. Okay, and we're going to grab our third rail. We're just going to set it down there. Grab 6 of our M3 T-nuts. And all I'm going to do initially is just get these lined up so I can mount it. And then we'll worry about centering the entire rail. Oh, nice. So your buddy came across a bunch at work. Okay. Well, you know what you can probably do with it, Chewy, is build a base. Like actually build a base or a table for one of your printers. Okay. So we got that on there. We're going to want to center this rail. And in my case, it's roughly 34 millimeters on each side. Put my alignment jigs on here. I just slid that, so make sure I'm still at 34. So I am. Then I will start tightening it down from, once again, the middle out. And once again, these T-nuts do help align the rail. And these rail guides just provide kind of like a secondary, or if you were using T-nut or like hammerhead T-nuts, or, twisted in T-nuts. Okay. Well, that works too. Yeah, I could probably do both with as much of they say. Yep, yep. Okay. So now that we've got that on and our rail centered, right, we know we're good. And the top rail is going to be facing up. So it's going to mount just like this. Okay. Now what we can do, I thought they had in the manual. Sorry, I'm just looking through the online instructions again because I could have sworn they had the full gantry and stuff. I must have just followed some guides from Scott. So for now, give me 1 second and I'm going to pull the step file. Will require me to log in to Fusion 360. Why Fusion 360 takes forever and a day to log in sometimes. I tell you guys that it's supposed to be raining here for like the entire long weekend. It's supposed to be raining. Doesn't seem fair. Sorry, I'm just gonna need the to open the step file so that I know as I'm putting um, the left and right X joints together that I get them put in the right order and I've got the right bearings in the right place because we do use bearing stacks as well as tooth flange bearings or tooth bearings. So I just need to double check with the step file. Yeah. Well, and the sad part about the weather is it's going to rain for 3 days, which would be great for the garden, but it's going to suck for my yard because my yard I'm behind on mowing my yard because my big riding lawnmower, my zero turn is still down because I haven't fixed the front wheels on it yet, which I guess I should probably get off my butt and do. Um, but once I get those fixed, then I'll be able to run the zero turn. But by that point, I'll have to run the zero turn, and I don't have a bagger on it, which means I'll probably still need to go over it with the regular lawnmower just to suck up as much of the clippings as I can so I don't get as much thatch. That's what I'm going to need out of there. Because that's why I found this, at the beginning of the year, I went and I was cutting it kind of real low, but I was only shaving like, I don't know, 1/8 to 1/4 inch off the grass, but I was getting the bag filled with all the old thatch. So each side, we're going to have our spacers, and on the spacers, definitely want to check and measure um your tooth idlers. Your tooth idlers, you want to measure the height. And based on the height, it can be 8.5, 9, or 10 millimeters. Based on that height is which spacer sets you need to print out. And then your spacers, like if they're 10, will have 3 dots on the thin piece, and then the thick piece will actually have the 3 dots and the number 10 on it. And you're probably going to have to take my word for it, unless I get. Oh, there we go. We got lucky. You see, there's the 1, the 0, and then there's the 3 dots all the way down at the bottom. So this means that my pulleys measured 10 millimeters from top to bottom. And if they were 9, you'd do the spacer for the 9. So you need to make sure that you get the right one. Now, on these, I need to print 2 sets of these. On the right side, left side, right side. So on the right side, the front spot, you've got these two little pocket areas, right? On the front spot is where your first one's going to go with your 10. So that'll go in there. We'll put our pen in. Of course. The pen's good. It's the printed part that's got an issue. Need to read the inside of it out. Let's get seams. Let's go through. So, stick spacer at the bottom, and your tooth idler. And what I need to figure out is whether or not said tooth idler tooth idlers require space. I'm sorry, shims. Double check on there. This will go on. And what this will do is I'll be able to look at that and go whether or not they need a shim or not. Doesn't look like those need shims. The spacers do their job. Because me and Fusion are having work now. So on our other side, though, we're going to also need spacers for our bearing stack. Where did I put those? Pretty small. It will be in purple blue instead of fluorescent blue. We'll know that, but I don't think anybody else will. Something else can probably fix it. Those will take a little bit to print. So what will happen is we'll have, this is the top portion, so we'll have a high, oops, on the right side, we'll have a high tooth idler, and over on this side, we'll have a low smooth idler. So I don't have the spacers for back here. They're just the standard spacers. So that's on me. Apparently, Forgot to do that. And on this side, it'll be the same type of setup, except we're going to put the small spacer down, stick our pin in, put our tooth idler, then put our larger spacer on top, and that'll make up the stack over here where the tooth idler is low on the left side, high on the right side. And I will double, triple, quadruple check that. On our set file. The tooth idler is low on the left, high on the right. And the other idlers are the opposite. The smooth idlers are the opposite. Oh, you're lurking on me, subsector? That's okay. Lurky, lurky, turkey away. And if you do any hand reaming like I was just doing, be aware that on the bottom parts, these two pockets here, that M5 doesn't go all the way down. So you've got the spot for the spacer. Then there's a pocket for the M5 pin to fit in, but it doesn't go all the way through on the bottom. It does go all the way through on. I'm sorry. Yeah, it goes all the way through on the bottom, not on the top. Excuse me. It goes all the way through on the top, not on the bottom. Me and words today. So once again, on the bottom piece, it's thin spacer on the bottom on the left. So your pulley's low on the left. And then it'll be high on the right hand side. So right hand side, pulley's high. Left hand side, tooth pulley's low. Then your other pulley stack that'll go on the back here will be your flange bearing stacks, and they'll be just the opposite of the tooth pulleys. So we'll have to work on those as soon as we get some parts printed. What else can we possibly work on? This will be our X in stop. Since our rail is centered and we know it's centered and we've locked it down, we can go ahead and put our X in stop in, and that's going to go right at the end of the rail. And then when this sandwich is in here, you'll kind of get an idea of, we're losing XY on each side because this is a 300 instead of a 330 rail. I'm good with that. Doesn't bother me too much. But if it bothers you, make sure you get 330 rails instead of 300 rails. And this will just go on with some M3x8s and a couple of our M3 T-nuts. Pull these in there and lined up, put an M3x8 in it. And because we're going to lose a little bit of travel, something that we might have to do on the left side is put a some type of bump stop over there, just to make sure that our rail doesn't come off the edge. And we'll have to definitely play with our sizes and parameters and stuff. In our configuration. What I'm seeing on the bottoms of these newer files is um, is for our M3 screws that'll sandwich these two pieces together. It looks like we have heat set inserts, so we can go ahead and add some heat set inserts in here while we're waiting for those other parts to print. .30C and clear till Tuesday. Where's that at, Chewy? How all do we still have in here right now? Alessandra, Chewy, Root, nearly 18,000 members. Okay. Dakota, Isabel, Joseph, Hada, Lurks, Nick Nick, Papa Bearsy, Pezles, Robe, Rodney Mac, D3D, Subsector, Timor, Turtle Crawler, and Lid Farm. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you guys coming out and hanging out with me on a Saturday morning, especially those of you that are in the U.S. on a holiday weekend. I know a lot of people are hitting the road and going out and getting set up the barbecues and spending time with family. So it means a lot to me that you're willing to come spend some of your precious weekend with me. doing some admin today? Okay, so is that you working on stuff for like Maker Deck and Polymaker, trying to get stuff ready for Murphin? Venezuela's? Got those installed. We're going to give them a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes to cool down. What else can we work on? Some DIN rail and some stuff that will go down on the bottom side, some stuff on the side. Okay, so let's go ahead. We're going to go ahead and mount our side plates on the Y gantries. We're going to do that with some M3x8 screws. And the reason we're going to do this in this particular order is because we need to get this back inside M8 into the linear rail. And then this will be an M5 that comes up from the bottom that goes into the gantry piece itself. So these are the 4 holes that we'll need to put in to mount the gantry here. We'll go ahead and basically get it mounted in the frame and floating there. And then we'll add the tops once we get the printed parts done behind us. These might actually be M3x6 screws instead of 8s. Feel like they work, but they feel like they go way in there. Yeah, they'll work. They should work. You know the drill. We'll put them in kind of loose to start with, and then we'll tighten them down in a star pattern. Hey, Draco, how are you doing today? Hope today finds you well and good. And what might you be working on this fine Saturday? I'll make sure we still have good movement, which we seem to have. Looking screwed. Do the same thing over on the other side. It was going pretty well. Some caterpillar track you designed. Okay. Yeah, so the build's going well so far. We've had a few snags here or there, primarily with, which is standard for me, which is not having all the parts printed or not having all the right parts printed. And this is a closed beta still. So some of the parts are still being refined. In fact, Turtle sent me some new lower parts to the towers, which I'll have to build or print out and get on here before next Tuesday. And what that does is it extends the spot. Well, so these are our motor mount towers, and you'll see I've got about a first knuckle space right there because I'm using 300 millimeter rails instead of 330. So I'm trying to leave some spacing out from the back. That, and also this bottom piece, they've redesigned it so that it sticks forward a little bit more, and there's another mounting hole. So rather than just having the two mounting holes up here where my fingers are, there'll be a third one down here that keeps it from rocking back and forth. So I will reprint these lower parts and then take these off and remount them, which isn't that hard. But those are new prints that just came out. The rest of the prints here are pretty much the latest 1.1.5 files that were released and announced just, I think, within the last 24 to 48 hours. Beyond that, yeah, it's been a pretty easy, simple build. I've just done a few things off stream, like lube these rails up this morning, rather than taking the time and lubing the rails on stream. So I'm surprised Zombie didn't give me crap for not lubing my rails on stream. But yeah, everything's gone together well. The biggest issue is they're still working on the manual. So like right now, I just had to pop out to the step files, and then realize that while I have the front spacers for the tooth idler, I did not print the other spacers for the smooth idler. So I've got to print a couple of parts right now, which I just started printing. It's going to be in sparkle blue AVP versus the fluorescent blue that I'm using back here. But who knows? Maybe I'll swap that out later on too. It depends. I've got a on my, oops. Let me change my view here. Make it a little bit easier to get this out. Oh crap! That was coffee. Give me 1 second. Whoops. Sorry about that, folks. Give me just a second and I will be back on screen. Oh, here we go. Okay, that was a part now. So my 2.4 here, which is the last build that we completed on Tuesday of this week. I'm in the process of printing some parts for a dragster out of the ABS, and I was using this particular color. So as soon as that's done, I'll reprint those lower motor mounts. The spacers, I don't know. We'll see. I may reprint those. Otherwise, I mean, they're spacers. I don't think they'll be that noticeable between a fluorescent blue and a sparkle blue. But yeah, so far the build's gone really well. This is the custom frame, meaning this is not an Ender 5 frame. It was all sourced by Mitsumi or through Mitsumi. It's all 2020, and the kind of give you an idea of the what we're dealing with here. I want to say these are, I can't remember what size these I bought, so we'll just give them a quick measure. So the lead screws here are 370. We won't get that full travel because, of course, you've got the things down at the bottom there. But we'll have at least 350 in Z, or 3-ish, because you've got, your bed will mount up here, so you're going to lose a good deal of space. But we'll get about 300 in the Z, and it's a 275 by 275 bed. What else? Let's go back. What else? What else? We are going to be using a Manta M8P on this with a CB1 module that's provided by Gantry Tech. And we will be using a Dragonfly BMO Hotend that we'll say was provided by Rocky Mountain Rep Fest and Fabrico, because I got it in a vendor box that Hector at Fabrico provided to me. And then we'll be using an orbiter extruder that was provided by LDO Motors Jason. We're using LDO motors for all of our motors. And let's see, what else? M8P and the CB1 was provided by Big Tree Tech. KB3D has provided all of the rails, the motion system, as far as the belts, the pulleys, the The bearings that we've been using, those have all come from KB3D. And the bed was sourced from AliExpress, from FISEC. And my understanding is that is the bed that they coordinated with ZeroG team on. So, yeah, Teslas, I lubed off stream. I did. And all I'm doing now is trying to keep going as much as I can while I'm waiting for these spacers to print. Shouldn't take that long at all for those spacers to print. Yep, I lubed off stream, and you should have been seeing me run my balls up and down my stick, as in my ball bearings up and down the linear rails to make sure that everything was good. And what I've got is I've got the little stoppers in the same holes on both sides of the rail. So by moving both ends up against the stopper, I'm sort of getting a perpendicular gantry going here. Then also something to remember is I locked down the left side, but I didn't lock down the right side completely. I did get a couple on the right side all the way down. I will remedy that. And what I want to have done here is I want this right rail to float a little bit in self-center as I'm running this back and forth. Because that's going to allow this rail to be parallel exactly to this rail. So what I'll do is I'll come to the front and I'll tighten that one down a bit. I'll go to the back. I'll remove these stoppers. I just have to be extra careful. I'll go towards the back. I really want to start in the middle. Because once again, if you start on either side, you can induce a bow or a wave in your rail. So I'll come here and I'll do this first middle one. Just snug it down. Bring it forward. Snug that one down. I'm just going to keep running my rail back and forth. And back here, snug that one down. Stoppers out. Here, do this one. Come back here and do this one. So what that's allowed me to do, like I said, is make sure that this one is 100% parallel to the one on the left, which is the first one I locked down. And I used my 2020 rail, the alignment blocks to make sure that this one was aligned supposedly with the rail. And now I'm aligning this one to this linear rail using my gantry. And that ensures that my rails are parallel to each other and I'm not going to have any binding side to side. So I just went through and just tightened this one side, tighten both sides up and then added the gantry in. It may have some binding at some point in the movement, and that would be bad. I'm just going to stick my stoppers back in so I don't cause an issue. You can take this one off because I've got, this will be the end stop on this side. And I may actually slide it over a little bit more to try and get the full travel out of it. We'll see how much I need. Everything's nice and moving well. Some of the other things I may go ahead and do is just put like my Wago mount back here. So this is a Wago mount that Steve Builds designed for his, and it's got this cutout here in the corner because there's normally corner braces on an Ender 5 frame. I guess it helps if I bring it down here. So it's got a cutout here because on an Ender 5 frame, there's a corner bracket here. So this is made to go around that corner bracket and allow you to tie into both sides. And this will give you a spot to put your 5 set Wagos in there for all your mains wiring. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in place while I'm here. Like I said, I'm just trying to get the things done that I can while I'm waiting for those spacers to print. And I'm really going to try and finish up the gantry, and I'll, as soon as the 2.4 is done, I will go ahead and work on printing off the new motor lowers, the motor mount lowers, for the A and B motors. And 5 button head screws. But yeah, so far the build's gone pretty well. Turtle did make me remember that it's probably better off if I rotated. So at first I had this motor with the wires coming out the front. And Turtle made a good point of it'd probably be better to have it come out one side or the other because the this is a smaller compartment than I used on my Ender 5 Plus downstairs, where I had plenty of room. And what I did there was I ran the motor wire kind of straight down underneath the power and the controller board and then popped it back up and plugged it right in. I won't be able to do that here because it's a tighter compartment. Though I did get a UHP power supply and running a Manta M8P here, I won't need, I won't have a need to have like a separate power supply or buck converter or something to feed power to a Raspberry Pi because it'll all be in one piece. So we were going to work on these. I said I'd probably work on it off stream just because the tolerances on my prints are a little tighter than I would like. But it could also be that my DIN rail is some cheap stuff off Amazon. So it just might be that it just doesn't line up with the darn. And Turtle Crawler, who's been the one doing all the CAD work and design work, said that he was thinking about redoing these DIN mounts just to add a little more slack to them. I have a little bit more give. I think I just over extruded some on. So these were printed on my 2.4 behind me. And I've done very minimal tuning on my 2.4 so far since I commissioned it on Tuesday. So I probably am over extruding a bit. But even Turtle said that he had to persuade a couple of his rails with a mallet, which is kind of the feeling I'm getting here is I'm going to have to persuade this a bit. Persuaded. And when you're putting these on, you want to make sure that the little set screw piece is on the inside, because that's what's going to allow you to, you know, if your rails are sloppy, you can use that set screw to make sure that you're set on the rails nicely and they're locked in. So here, I don't think I'm going to have much of an issue with it locking in. It's just more a fact of getting them lined up. I think something, yes. So my next piece of my dragster body has completed. Means I'll be able to get the download slice and get the new motor mount started soon. Sent me. But yes, the version that I am building right here with the full-on custom-built frame, really need to grab some. Yeah. So Chewy, I bought Den Rail. I want to say it was like, I don't know, meter-long Den Rail off of Amazon. It was like 10 pieces, and then you just cut it down to size with a bandsaw or hacksaw or chop saw or whatever saw you got. So yeah, definitely get you some Den Rail. Comes in handy. Probably should not be using my nice Husky screwdrivers to do this, but oh well. I think they've got a lifetime guarantee. Good news is by doing this, I know now where to trim my pieces. Yeah, and you know, I never did the DIN rail stuff before until I started building my D-bot, and then when I was building my D-bot the second time around, I decided, you know what, I need a way of doing the electronics a little bit nicer. So basically, what I did was I printed out all the the boron trident frames and used DIN rails and stuff like that to do the electronics in it. So these are actually the DIN rails out of that printer, and I just cut them down because it was a different dimension. So yeah, I just reuse these DIN rails, cut them down to a little smaller for this build. Sorry if it's kind of loud, guys. Beating my rail. Okay. Tell me, listen, when that starts crackling and popping, that means it's time for me to go ahead and pull it out. And these are just going to get set in there. I won't like lock them in until I start placing electronics, because then I'll know where things need to go. I'm just going to get them kind of set in and mounted to give me a starting place. Oh, 5x10s. These buttons will still work for these. Buttons will work. I'm going to need to read my hose. So just a tad bit of over extrusion, nothing big. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember how much I paid for it, but yeah, I've done several printers with it already, and I'll do several more as well because it's plenty of DIN rail. I mean, really, I was going to use it for the 2.4, the Trident build, and then decided to go with the colored DIN rail, the anodized DIN rail from Tensor 3D. Get up here and vacuum my floor. Seems like it's 2 or 20 pieces. Yeah, do yourself a favor, just get the larger set if you can afford it. It's you'd be surprised what you can use it for. I'll just leave it at that. I mean, you can use it for mounting electronic stuff. You can use it to mount your TVs with. You can use it as basically a fridge cleat system. So yeah, you can use it for just about everything. You got all 4 of your ZeroG frames built. Nice and squared up. So you're using the Creality frames, correct? And are you doing the standard, pro, plus? Which size builds are you doing? A few more. I should remember that because we talked about it every stream now, but getting old. So these aren't buttons. Regular 5x. Made from the Free Heathen. Hey, thanks, Free Heathen. I see Pez Liz coming over with Free Heathen as well. So she was multiple streams sitting there. Thank you. Appreciate it. How's everybody doing this fine day? Thank you all for coming on over with Free Heathen. Heathen, what are you up to today? Brownie frames on 3 and a B stock on the 4th. Okay. Gotcha. Basically just going to line these up and get them started. What I want to do is kind of move this. Hey, K2 Kevin, how are you doing, my friend? And was this Tumblr John? Tumblr John. Hate to run, but I got to do some adult stuff. Yep, I get that. I get that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try and align this side to side real fast. So I butted it up right against that other mount, so that'll give me a good spot to measure to. this side. So we're just continuing in on our install here. We started off today by installing our Z motors and the Z motor brackets. We added our couplers and our lead screws in. We already had our bed trucks in place. So our bed arms in the trucks in place. So now we've got our lead screws in place. We've got our motors in place. We've gone ahead and installed our B and A motors in the rear. We will have to replace these because the designer did send me brand new base files here. Right now we've got 2 screws that hold this motor on, and they've made an extended piece out here in the front that will let me put another 3rd screw in at the front to just tie that down a little bit better. And we've installed our lower part of our gantry. We'll have to build our idlers and put the top parts on still. I printed the spacers for the tooth idlers. I hadn't printed the spacers for the rear smooth idlers, so I just printed those slightly different color. Instead of it being the fluorescent blue that you see on all the other printed parts, it's going to be a sparkle blue. You shouldn't notice it too much. Then I've just been working on a few other things. We mounted a corner piece here where we will be able to put our Wagos for our mains power that'll come in. We've got one DIN rail here. We're going to mount the other DIN rail up in the front here. And this will give us our mounting spot for all of our electronics. And these DIN rail brackets, they're a drop bracket. So normally what you'll see in a Voron is your DIN rails will go like this, and they'll mount to the underside of the bottom deck panel. Well, the only problem with that is anytime you need to work on the electronics of the printer, you have to flip the printer over. What the ZeroG team decided to do was make drop rails. So the rails will actually come in here and mount downwards, and that way, or mount in a drop fashion. That way all your electronics are facing up. So all you have to do is pick the deck panel up and you can get to all your electronics and wiring. So it's really a nice setup. Makes it a lot easier to work on your printers. You may see, well, you probably didn't see because of the screens, but on the print that I just pulled off the bed, what I did was I actually pulled it off the bed and put it on the side next to the bed so that it'll maintain some heat so it doesn't warp. And it's almost kind of like doing a bit of an annealing, but I tend to do that on my ABS print. Bear with me for a moment. I'm going to download those 2 motor, the updated files that Hydra sent me. we'll get them sliced up and going. For the most part, I am printing using the standard boron slicing settings. However, for the ZeroG files, always need to use a 0.25 millimeter burst layer. If you don't, there will be certain features that won't print right. So you really need to make sure that you use a 0.25 for the first layer height on your ZeroG. So how's everybody doing today? What's everybody been up to today? Does anybody have any fun plans for this weekend? For those of you in the US, it is a fun holiday weekend. And hey, every day's a holiday. I hear you there. I hear you there. Not quite there yet. Um, Stealth burner is 5 millimeters too small to fit the switch wire. Rail mount. Okay, now on these front ones, I'm just going to get a measurement. Do 90 to 170. Try and get these squared up a bit. And that's the way the thing's going. I will probably have to move these around a little bit once I probably have to move these around a little bit once I get them populated with whatever's going on and stuff. All right, so that feels like it's tightening up, but it's not tight and hard. I'd say that's rude, but that's an M5 by 12, not a M5 by 10. And that would be why that one's kind of not fitting. Put this M5 by 10 in, how much you want to bet it like locks down there and it doesn't bottom out in the extrusion. Everything looks good. Okay. So we've got some of our mounts done. We threw our measuring stick way over here for whatever reason. Don't ask me how it got that far over there. What else can we work on today? Okay, we've got our spacers. Again, these are in stellar stellar sparkle blue instead of the fluorescent blue. Probably going to be fairly hard for people to see unless you're looking at it directly on. So the way this will work would be spacer, put in our 5mm by 30 shaft for tooth idler, our small spacer. Then on the other side, we're going to put big spacer, another 5mm shaft. Then we'll have our flange bearing stack, which should be just like everything else. Shim, bearing, shim, bearing, shim, spacer. Get these with the 5mm reamer, which I have of course put up to the side. I need to clean it up, and I don't need it anymore. Spacer on. And on the other side, do the same thing. We'll get our other stack on. So because this one was high, this one's going to be low. So our tooth idler goes low, our other spacer high, which means on the back side we're going to go with the tall spacer. Put in our shaft. We'll need to go shim, flange bearing, shim, flange bearing, opposite direction, flange up this time. Another shim, and then our small spacer. Then we'll have our end pieces, which are going to clamp right over the top. Right over the top, upright. Here we go. Right down on the top. Get over here on the other side. Lined up. Everything goes in. Right as right. Okay. So we're going to have 3 M3 screws that will go in here. And then we'll have 2 M5s that will go in that will lock it to the top of the gantry. And I wish I had a better view. About the only thing I can try and do is raise you up even more. Kind of give you a downward angle. Bear with me here for a moment. Here we go. This out of the way. I'll put my knotted hammer here. So we're going to use helps if I actually start rather than just Okay. Okay. Those be M3 by 30s. And so what these are doing is they're going all the way through. And we have some heat set inserts at the bottom there. He's going to go all the way through and then down into those heat set inserts. Need to be deal with it. Work my way around to snug these up. I don't know if Twitch streams are easier to manage or run to more because that's all I've done is Twitch streams. I do Twitch streams and then I'll say I cross-pollinate them, cross-feed them, whatever you want to call it. They go over to my YouTube channel. I just cross-upload them over to YouTube. I haven't done any straight YouTube streams yet. Feel like that actually aligned right. So, back it up some. I know Zombie was doing, well, streaming to both via StreamYard. There's different things. So, like, you get the payout schemes are different enough that it really depends on what type of content you're making as to which pays better for you, right? Like I said, I'm only working on Twitch. I can tell you that affiliate on Twitch, which got me to where I can make money, was fairly easy to do. I'm looking at YouTube and like I need a ton more followers and views before I can even think about making money over on YouTube. Okay, so we got our 3 M3 by 30 screws, and now we need to put some M5 by 10s with T-nuts. So we put a couple T-nuts in there and scoot them into place. It's a nice thing about having the shorter rail that I have is it's going to be easier to get these in place. So as I've noted on stream a couple of times before, I'm using 300 millimeter rails. I could be using 330 millimeter rails, so I may lose a little bit of travel on my print moves, on my print bed, but I am fine with that. And most everything on here has been socket head cap screws. I'm going to use button heads here just because I think it's going to give it a prettier finish than, you know, having the big ones here. In fact, I might swap those out if I have button heads in the right size. I think it gives it a nicer looking finish. I mean, all the other socket heads are countersunk and not visible. This is moving very nicely. My rails have been appropriately lubed and everything is lined up. Next up would be belting, but because I need to take these off and replace these lower mounts with the ones I just started, ones I just attempted to start. Give it another try. So once again, I'll reprint these and install these off stream, and I'll replace these with the M5x50 button heads. Then use whatever ones are called out for here. I'm pretty sure they're going to be M5x10s. Might have to go with 12s if I put button heads there. Or they may be M3s. I think he said they may be M3s. We've got our rails in. They're quasi in place. I guess the other thing we can do while we're here, because we are here, is let's start playing with electronics. I don't want to do the start the extruder today, because if I do that, then this is going to be a way crazy long stream. So this is going to be extruder parts. This is my power supply. I decided to go with the UHP power supply versus the big wide one because it would give me more room in the smaller printer. What else do we have? We've got plenty of boxes. We've got our Omron SSD, or excuse me, SSR. And you know what? I didn't get the, need to buy one of the metal brackets for that. This will be the extruder. So right now I'm planning on doing the Dragonfly BMO. I may change that idea. I mean, I have a Dragonfly, but really the let me switch code so I don't while I drop this back down. I may decide not to use the Dragonfly and instead go with one of the things I've really been liking lately, which is the Revos. Just because I really, really like the Revo ecosystem. And, well, I've got some obsidian nozzles for the Revos, so I can put those in and pretty much not have to worry about whatever material I want to plow through. This is our Manta board. Of course, we got our squeaky, our little thank you card. Yay! More jumpers. I think I've got like a couple hundred of these sitting around. Got our little Manta sticker. Add that to our little pile of stickers over there. We need that. We won't need this. I won't need that either. What else do we have here? This will be our UTC board. This is our some drivers. So interestingly enough, I've had drivers like, I think these 5 drivers I had in my Octopus on the 2.4, and they threw TMC errors. But they were working in the SKR 1.4 that I had them in. So I don't know why. I mean, they're all the same. They're all the 2209 V12s. But it's like some boards like them, some boards don't. And you wind up having to get different sets. And I got to figure out which jumpers I need things on before I go putting these on. But we'll set those right there for now. What else do we have? This is our CB1. And of course, we get another ducky. Need to get, you know, Chewy, I'm not big on the mosquitoes. I'm really not. There's our antenna and our CB1 module. Okay. CB1 module goes on in a specific orientation. So it shows you there's CPU and RAM. So you look at this, and that's really the CPU and the RAM. They're like, huh? Look at the bottom side, your board-to-board connectors, which are these little strips on the side, they're offset. So you need to make sure that they line up in the right place, and then you would push them down. Now, before you go do that, there's little film stickers on these mounting holes. Do yourself a favor and take those off. If you don't, you will hate yourself, because then you're going to have to try and drive your screw through them. There's these little film stickers. I don't know why they're there. I don't know why you would run a Manta board without putting a CB1 or CM4 module on it. But once again, you just line your board-to-boards up and make sure that your holes will line up when you line those up, and press down. And you should hear it pop in place. And I tend to kind of go across both sides up to make sure that it really locked down in place. And then this is a Canon tool board that'll go over there. Give me 1 second and I will grab a heatsink for that. You will want to run a heatsink on these, and you will mostly want to put a fan on them. Nope, I run them in UART. Run them in UART all the time. That's why I said I don't understand why some of the 2.1 modules like to play nicely and some don't. If I put these in and they don't want to play nicely, then I'll just buy a different set, swap them out. No biggie. But like I said, I was running them in the 1.4 just fine. So got your 4 little mounting screws that'll go through the heatsink and into the bottom plate. And this is your thermal pad. I don't know. I've used it. Some people will be like, no, don't use that. Put chloronitrate or something on there. I've used these. They work well. And it saves you one other hassle, because if you go to be like, hey, I'm having heat issues with my CB1, it keeps thermally shutting down, and they start talking to you and you go, oh, well, I put my own heat transfer stuff on it. They go, oh, well, we don't support that. It must be your fault. Try to limit those types of. There's a thin plastic film on both sides. So I'm trying to. So we got the film off. It's covering both the processor and the RAM. You want to keep an eye out for this notch. It notches around um, your spot where you're going to put your. Well, I should probably plug this in before I do that, because these little boogers, these little these little whatever the hell these connectors are for these wireless boards, these things. Focus. Focus. Damn. These little connectors are a pain in the ass. Whoever designed them is both a genius and a masochist. One actually went on easier than any other one I've ever done. Thanks, guys. It must be you all. I'll line this up. The hole, set it in place. And then we'll pop in the screws and screw it down. There's one model that only runs SPI mode. Well, the only ones I have ever purchased, TMC 2209 wise, has been UART. And technically, 2209s only support UART. It's the 2208s that are SPI. So 2208s are SPI only, not UART, and 2209s are UART only, not SPI, if I remember right. Okay. So we've got our board set up. Well, at least our CB1 is installed on the board. We will need to figure out our jumpers, and then we can add our motors on there because we will have to figure out our jumpers on here before we put the motors on. We want to try and work on getting some of these things mounted. So for you, those of you that watch Steve at Steve Builds over on YouTube, who's going on YouTube right now, hey Pete, how are you doing? These were some of his design clips. They clip on your DIN rail and they give you zip tie points for wire management. So there's a couple of those that I printed out. That Waco mount was one of his. And then this one here, that almost looks kind of like a cat in shape. But this will allow a 60-20 fan to mount right on here. And then you can mount it on the DIN rail. And that'll allow you to have a fan that'll blow right over your controller. These, I believe, were for. So these are for this. Not print. I may not have all the mounts printed. Darn it, dang it. Yeah, I hadn't printed all the mounts yet. Okay. So, need to put some heat set inserts in there for these mounts. We're going to get close to the end of the stream unless anybody wants to chat about some other topics. And I'm waiting on a couple of new files to print that the designer just gave me today. And I will need to print a couple of more brackets, so I'll be able to mount a few things. And we will work on getting this set up. I will tell you that as far as software goes, this is going to basically be the same type of setup that I have on my larger Mercury. As far as it's also running a Manta M8P CB1, yada, yada, yada. So unless you guys really want me to do a full install of Clipper on stream, in which case there's plenty of other videos out there for doing said configuration. I will do that off stream, and what we will do is just make the necessary tweaks to get the printer config file set up for this size. How's it going, Pete? IPEX connector sucked. It was a back stand that was mislabeled. Yeah. Okay, well, it could be that I've got 4 that are just really wonky. That's no biggie. Like I said, if they don't work, not a problem. I've got, let's just say I have a bunch sitting in my Amazon bucket that I was waiting for payday, which was yesterday, to order. And I'm going to order those and the wireless mic, because this thing's killing me. This thing's killing me. Yeah, just the tweaks. Yeah, because I can do a lot of configuring this on the bench, and it's just easier to do off stream. Because what I'll do is I'll get this configured. I'll configure the EBB as well on the bench. Which what you'll do is Okay. So our EBB board here. There will be line guide line. If I remember right, this set of jumpers right here is the one of them's the 120 and one of them's the 5 volt. I can't remember which one. I'll have to look at the diagram because my eyes are not working. I guess I could use them. It sucks getting old, guys. Let's see. Doesn't say it, but this one up here by the black and whoops, the one over here that's cocked at an angle between the black and the USB connector, that's your 120 resistor. So you will have to jump that to terminate the end of your CAN bus. This should be the 5 volt jumper. You'll jumper this, connect to your CB1, so USB A to USB C for your EBB board. You'll do the boot, hold the boot down, hit reset, let go of boot, and you'll be able to boot into the board into DFU mode. You don't want to have anything connected. Do it on the bench. You'll load CAN boot onto it, and that's what will let you then, over the CAN bus, redo the board, reflash the board if you need to. If Clipper ever requires you to do an update of the MCU. And to do that, what you would be able to do is just unplug the CAN bus, because at this point you're going to be using the CAN bus wiring. You would unplug the CAN bus from one side or the other, replug it in, and this should come up and allow it to be found and flashed via the CAN bus. Right, so you would boot, or you would install CAN boot via the USB. You take the USB off, take the 5 volt jumper off, which lets you do USB. Wire your CAN bus between this, the UTC, and then your board goes into your UTC. Your UTC 4-wire comes into your CAN bus. Then you would be able to flash this over the CAN bus. You shouldn't need to flash this anything. It should work out of the box. If it doesn't work out of the box, then you need to do something else. Okay? I'm going to do all of that outside of the printer because that's going to force me to make sure that I don't run mains to this again and fry another board, which is what I did on my 2.4. Okay, you want to see the full setup process? I can do that, Timor. I'm just not going to do it now. My back's starting to hurt. I've been going for about 5.5 hours. Yeah, so all I'm going to do then is I will print off. I'll get these installed and mounted. I'll order the metal bracket for this. I'll make sure I have all the other brackets mounted to mount the boards up for the den. And then when we come back the next time, maybe the Tuesday stream, the Tuesday evening stream, we'll do benchtop Clipper stuff. Sound good? Yep, and I got plenty of cable from the one I cut before, so I'll make a shorty so I can do that as well. Hey, Humbler John, how are you? You're back. Awesome. So we were getting to the point where I think we were getting ready to start mounting some things on den rails. Yeah, let's go ahead and at least mount these while we're here. I think M3x8s will work with these. We're here, we're still chatting. M3x6s on these, and I don't know if I have 6s in socket. I don't think I do. Give me 1 second. Grab the other stash. This is the 4-volt out. This is mains on this side. So I think we're going to be coming to the end of our stream here soon because my back's telling me that I'm hitting the limit. And I think we pretty much have everything installed that we can install right now without needing to either print a new part or get into something that's going to be time consuming, like doing our configs. So we'll just get this installed. I'll need to print off a few more of the clips, and then we'll come back on Tuesday on a machine. You know, so I was building an airplane, and I would go and spend like 8 hours at the hangar on a concrete floor building the airplane because you just kind of get in that zone and you just go, right? And you kind of lose track of time. Even though my wife made me put a clock out there, I still would lose track of time. And it's just one of those things that you kind of get zen and you just keep going. But yeah, my back's starting to hurt, which is telling me it's almost time for me to call it quits. And really, the next stage is I think I want to put if I get the DXF files, I want to cut some panels for the deck, so I can put the cover on the bottom, and then have a deck panel ready. The other panels will be here Tuesday, so I'll have to get those cut. I probably won't get them cut Tuesday because they probably won't get here until right before the stream or during the stream. So we won't be able to do panels next week. But next week on Tuesday, so a couple of days, I'll have the mounts for everything printed so that we can lay it into the den rails. But we will bench test and do configuration because Timor wanted me to do a full clipper install. So we'll go through and we'll do the process of doing the software install for the CB1, and we'll build the drive for the CB1, get that installed, bring it up, then we'll connect to it, then we will install Cal and install all the clipper stuff to it. We'll drop the board config, do the board config. Then we'll configure CAN boot on the EBB 36. Then we'll plug in through our UTC, Hey, Mark H&H, thank you for the follow. And install Clipper on the toolhead board. Then we should have everything software-wise pretty much installed. And then we can probably build the extruder and all that on the bench and get that installed. So I think that'll be the kind of the game plan for Tuesday. And yeah, I just need to do a few more prints so that we can continue making progress on Tuesday. So with that, thank you all for everybody that's joined in throughout the day for this build process. It's been fun. We will need to do an X end stop as part of the tool head and a Y end stop as part of the build as well. And the Y end stop is like this little piece here. So we'll get the Y end stop wired up with just an arbitrary long length of wire. We'll set it in here, we'll clip it in place, we'll mount it, and then we'll be able to set that up. The X end stop will of course be mounted on the tool head and will be run to the tool head board. So yeah. So next week we'll play with some electronics. Oh, thanks, Chewy. So what do we have as far as potential raiders? Who is online today? Not a lot just showing theirs. Go back and see Twitch, who I'm following, maybe online. Wow. Okay, guys, I'm going to need some help because I'm only seeing Maker Deck, Charities, Makers, and Chris Perillo. So does anybody else see anybody that you follow or would like to follow or would like to see as a suggestion for who to raid out to? Yeah, I have no problem raiding into Maker Deck, but I prefer to raid into somebody who's live streaming, if at all possible. More. Strange Parts from YouTube is live if you really want to go somewhere different. Strange Parts? Are they live on both sides? Okay, what's Vile Mods doing, Pez Liz? I just don't want to dive into somebody I haven't seen before. Vile Mods looks like he's working on some gun designs. Are these like cosplay gun designs, like Nerf guns or what? They're looking kind of cool. That's Nerf? Okay. Cool. Well, yeah, let's jump over into Vile Mods then. Let me get that set up. I was hearing something grating and I don't want to mess up my mouse. Okay, so put that up there and out of the way. We'll grab this so I can look and type at the same time. All right, folks, I got that set up. Join me as we go over to Vile Mods, hang out, check them out. And if you like what you see, give them a follow. If you don't, check them out once or twice before you make your final decision. Thank you very much for being here with me today. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. Thank you for the folks that followed today. Mark H and H, Sebastian. We got Smalley Quinn followed me as well. And the Free Heathen, thank you for the raid today. Like I said, thank you everybody for being here. And we'll see you again on Tuesday, 5 p.m. Eastern time is our normal start time. If I'm going to be delayed due to work, I will post something on Twitter and let you know. Thanks a lot, guys, and have a great day. See you, Chewy. See you, Fesliz. Bye, everybody. I'll see you before Tuesday, Pesliz, I'm sure. Thank you. Bye-bye.